Oh my gosh, Charon! Greetings and salutations, Theodore, Amos, Hunting Hunter, Kakak, and Eyebrows. Thanks for being here at the top. Can you believe we almost died yesterday? That's so wild! You're really enjoying WoW's bugs right now? Dude, we gotta get better at like getting our schedules to line up because I wanna get some dungeons in. We gotta get some mythic grinds done. Bruv. Ugh. Hi, I'm the Oh, Theodore. I got some insane gear, Eyebrows, from my weekly chests. I got the best PvP corruption on a pair of boots. And then I got a second Twilight Dev, so I think I have Twilight Dev 5 now. So I think I have a Twilight Dev 3 and a Twilight Dev 2. So I have Twilight Dev 5. So I hit things for 30% of my health whenever that procs. So I'm just sitting there I'm doing my tank thing. I'm in tank spec. I'm just chilling. NBD, just chilling. Like a villain with Dylan on penicillin. I'm just chilling. And then all of a sudden, blah, blah, and like this beam falls out of the sky like a corrupted fallen angel, like a Kamehameha waves the earth in front of me, and all of a sudden just hundreds of thousands of damages come out in like this cone and just cleave everything down, instantly killing all of it. Because I'm a tank, and it does percentage damage based on my health, and because I'm a tank, I have a lot of health, and so then the percentage damage that it does is just absurd. I got a ring that does that, only 18%, but 75 corruption is so rough to deal with since I don't have a lot of resist yet. Do you have your cape? You gotta get your cape, brother. Gotta get your cape up to 15, brother. Okay, but no jokes, no memes. Gabe's like, I hear skeletons. Yo, there's a little bit more happening right now. You feel? We catching some fish at the same time. Okay, here, let's go ahead and pop over into Minecraft. Blah blah. And blah blah. Okay, I don't need this. We still gotta figure out the glitch of I get fish in my inventory. You gotta figure that out. But yes, you did hear skeletons and wolves and death. That's about what I expected. I think 4 bits of rotten flesh would be good. Hi, I'm new. What are you doing today? Hi, I'm new. I'm Nims. Oh god, I didn't want that. If we accidentally breed a new wolf, we murder it. I want you to know. I'm sorry. I just don't have the entity space for them in my world. I'm sorry. I really need to do something about the rivers because we're losing a lot of. I mean, if we're purging, if we're culling wolves to save on entity space, like look at how many salmon are in there. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's a squid right there, so there's 11. Just there's another that makes 12. Yeah, we probably are gonna fill in this river, eh? considering that it almost killed us yesterday. For those of you that weren't there, while Twitch was crashing yesterday, we moved the stream over into Discord, and we were streaming to everyone inside of Discord. It was pretty cool. And a drown spawned in the river. No big deal. I've killed drowned hundreds of times. But this guy was different. This guy had like a trident blessed by the gods. He never missed. And his trident had like extra damage and knockback on it. So I couldn't get to him. And I'm just taking bleh, trident to my face. Bleh, trident to my face. I'd walk close. Bleh, trident to my face. I get knocked back. And he took me down to 2 hearts. 2 hearts. A single lone drowned zombie. Armed with a trident. To 2 hearts. It was wild. Okay, so what do we plan on doing today? We still need to force out the very last... What is it? The last villager. This sounds like some cheesy western from that my dad would wanna watch. So we need to get the last villager done. And then we can cross that off the list. And then after that, I think I want to get the, I don't know, reclamation of our storage towers figured out. Either reclamation or just trash. It seems like we got a fair amount of villagers in there now. This guy is gonna be the hardest villager. I forgot to AFK overnight, so I've only been AFK for not very long. Oof. Oof, that's a big oof. I really wanted to come back and have way more white wool than that. Eyebrow says, oh my gosh, what? He gets murdered. Last night, I was having internet issues, so I logged off WoW, but apparently that was the last night for the weekly quest. Oh, yeah. Weeklies reset Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. my time. Sometimes sooner, sometimes later. It just depends on whatever time the WoW dev decides to hit the reset button on the server. Oh man, he just got double magenta. He dies. Needs more pink though. Bramp. Meow. Meow. Okay, cool. I need to get stacks of 20 again. No. Where'd that last little bit go? I think that was it. Okay. All right. Good, I finally got my island to 3 star. Oh, I don't even know what that means. 2 crimes now. All the crimes we're committing. Dude, did I really only AFK long enough to get like 2 villagers? All right, I guess that seems about right. Only AFK'd for like 20, 30 minutes. There's probably more in there. They're sitting along the other wall. Huh. All right. Okay, so I guess we need to look at trash then. So what do we do? Inventory management. Before we start a new project. Okay. Inventory management. What are you gonna build next? So, yeah, I'll just show you the to-do list. So this is everything that we want to build. Guardian Farm, Raid Farm, Mob-proof the base, general item storage, auto-feed our pumpkin carver. I'm gonna build a potion room. I wanna finish mining at the hill / this is just proper lighting. Fix the torch spam, because you can see that we just got a billion torches. And then a brown mushroom farm. Oh, and storage tower trash, which is what I was just talking about. So all of those things. Maybe I want to build a witch farm just to say I've got one. Now let's add it to the list. Maybe. We put a parenthesis question mark around it because maybe. Oi. Could you stop? Wouldn't a tree farm, but for mushrooms, be the best mushroom farm? Nah, because it's possible to make automatic mushroom farms. Hey, you're not supposed to be in here. I could also build a phantom membrane farm just for the memes. Like, it's just, it would be for fun, but like... It would just be for fun, because we don't need phantom membranes that much. But I'd be interested in the mechanics of it. Popped my neck. Okay, so if we wanted to build some mushroom farms are pretty simple. Yeah, we want to leave that. Don't you get murdered because you didn't stop new cats from spawning. When can we expect you and Candy to play Animal Crossing together? Never! It's not gonna happen. Yeah, a tree farm, I mean, so a completely automatic mushroom farm aren't that hard to build. Hell, it might be even simpler now that we have observers. So here, let's take this, and we're gonna do a little bit of redstone magic. Y'all ready for this? I need mushrooms. Y'all see any mushrooms? I need some I need some boop boop boop. I need some blat blat blat. I need some mushrooms. No, I didn't see any mushrooms. Anyone know of a good iron golem farm design? Yeah, mine. There were 12 in the second chest? Nuh-uh. This is an iron golem farm design. It has a few. It makes a couple irons. A couple of them. Hang on. Just a little bit of iron. Oh, I mean, a little. Just a little. Oh yeah, and there you go. You could even see the iron going into the cactus. If only there was a tutorial video on this iron golem. You said that there were 12 in the second chest. I mean the reds. We need browns. Pernicious! Is that your own design or did you get it from someone? It's like a heavily modified version of somebody else's design. His design was broken, and so I was just like, this is bad. This is real bad. But the core elements are there. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna take this bad design, I'm gonna clean it up, and I'm gonna make it a good design. How's it going? It's going good. I was just thinking about it. I was like, I realized that I had never responded to the message that you sent me in Discord, and then I felt like a shitter. And I was like, I should probably do that. And then you know what I did whenever I had that thought? I didn't do nothing because I'm a shitter. I can show you the video that it's based on, my design. I don't mind that, but like it breaks. It's rough. It's rough, fam. Yep, you got it. Pernicious, 100%. Huh? And then there we go. And we're capped out in food again. And see, this is the problem with my storage. It's like I want to put these pumpkins back, but I can't. What do? Do we try to add them back into the system?
Please don't make me go back to LA.
Dude, eyebrows with the hydrate. I got you, fam. Where's my water bottle? Got my water bottle. I just played Dark Souls for the first time, and I finally know the meaning of anxiety. I played Dark Souls once. Never played it for, like, real, though. Ooh! I just realized I haven't eaten today. I just drank some cold water on an empty stomach, and you know when you drink cold stuff on an empty stomach and you just feel it all the way down. I was like, oh, yep, okay. Whoops. Who needs food? Okay, so we're making that mushroom farm. Pernicious, how is the job with everything that's happening? And like the move? Oh god, that's right. I was still stuck on getting brown mushrooms. I got distracted. How excited are you guys for the Nether update? At some point, we might come in here and mine all of the quartz that we possibly can, because we know we're gonna reset, and then we'll double up on the amount of quartz. Brown mushrooms? Hello? Anywhere? I don't know the difference between Thief and Cleric and Dark Souls. The friend that... Oh, that was a little spooky. The friend that sat me down and he was like, here, play this game. He already had like a finished... He already had like a finished character. And so I just... Oh, good thing that there wasn't like lava or death down there. Army crawl! I like how I broke the block up instead of just breaking the block out above the mushrooms. It's alright. This is what it's like to be extra, chat room. It's going really good. Work is staying afloat, and I got my apartment emptied out. Nice. Wait, if your apartment is empty now, I didn't think you were moving for a while. Why is your apartment already? Wait. Okay. So questions. Are you moving in with anyone? Because I remember that your previous roommate situation was it was poo-poo. So I need to... Okay, so we got the mushrooms now. Let's see if we can make some sort of mushroom farm. I need mycelium or podzol. Yeah, that's fine. You got villagers and bamboo and pumpkins. What else is in that giant base? Iron golem, melons, pumpkins, a AFK room, that inside this one little AFK space, we've got a fishing farm, a nano farm, a tree farm that does 3 different tree types. We've got a cobblestone generator, a concrete converter, a netherwort farm, and a pumpkin carver. Over in this space, I think you said sugarcane, we've got bamboo, we've got a darkroom mob farm that, in addition to doing all the regular mobs, like zombies and skeletons and witches and creepers, it can also handle spiders and endermen, as well as spider, skeleton jockeys, and zombie chicken jockeys. We've also got potatoes and carrots that are also comboed with honey. And a villager breeder. And a furnace array that's fed by the bamboo farm. And a charcoal factory that detects overflow from the tree farm. So say this chest filled up with logs, it would take the overflow and automatically convert it into charcoal. Yeah. I got you. I got you. My lease is up on the 5th, and I move myself. My mom's pretty much living with the bat until the apartment is ready. Nice. Nice. Oi. Could you not? Stop! Hello? Please. Assault. Police. Help. Anyone. I don't want to attack him because he's just going to summon more zombies and then I'm going to be doing this all night. We'll just do that. Inspiring, thank you. I actually have a world tour that I get like a real in-depth dive into this world uploaded on my YouTube page. It's about 20 minutes long. If that's the sort of... Did you see how many creepers there were? It's like 5 creepers, 6 creepers, 5 creepers. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why so many? Hey. Okay. Hiya! Okay, but jokes aside, we'll fly over here. We'll drop these things out of our inventory, and then we'll fly back. And then because we had that distance, all of those mobs should have despawned. Okay, so we need more podzol, actually. I think we need, like... It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 per farm, and I think we had 5. Is it worth it to you to make an auto-dried kelp farm? Nah, I don't think it's worth it. Okay, so question. If you're just living with the bay, why get a new apartment? So the way that we used to do pumpkin farms, or excuse me, not pumpkin farms, but mushroom farms, was, I believe, let me double check mushroom Minecraft. Like I gotta refresh myself on what mushroom spread is. But I believe that you can have no more than 5 mushrooms of a specific type in a specific area. I think it's like a 5x5x3 area, but I might be wrong. Obtaining, usage, spread, a 9x9x3 volume. Fewer than 5 and a 9x9x3 volume. Okay, I was pretty close. That's pretty close. I hadn't thought about this mechanic in years. It's a long story I'll have to explain one day when you respond back in Discord. Sup, baby. I respond back. Hello. Okay, I got you. I responded back. You know, once his quarantine's over, maybe. We'll see if he passes the test. Okay, so if we have a 9x3 with fewer than 5 mushrooms, so the rule then becomes, it's something like, you take a mushroom, you take a mushroom. I gotta remember how they spread, though. How do they like to spread? Hang on. It's... What did I just have open? Boom. Okay. Let's pull this back. To an adjacent block, even above or below diagonally. Aight. Okay. Okay, cool. Sick. Yeah, lit. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, okay, I got it. 1, 2, boom. So there's 4 mushrooms. So it can have up to 1 more mushroom in this given space. And the only spots that are available for it are these 2 blocks of podzol. So then what we need to do, we need to get some lasers. I don't know if this is gonna work. Man. Oh wait, no. Okay, sick. And then we need to somehow sticky piston with some glass. Blah. Ew. Did I just go through the hole in the back? That was unintentional. Okay, so then we need some sort of, I don't know, like scaffolding. Can we go get some, wait. Sick. I'll need another rack. So I need... No, stop. I believe that we go something like this. Not really what I intended, but it's all right. Okay, ideas are flowing in my veins. This is the thought that I have. There's a chance that it creates an infinite loop, though. Spread. Okay. It made an infinite loop, chat. How do we make it not make an infinite loop? I needed to pulse one more again. Hang on. If it wasn't an infinite loop, we'd be fine. Flat. Ah. Oh. Ska. Is that it? Did we? was the repeater the issue? When you get around to it in Discord. Okay, I usually try not to read Discord stuff on stream, but yes, we'll read. I just saw the last line though, the last like, he gives it up for Chinese food. It was like, all right. We haven't had Chinese food in so long, it sounds so good. What's up? I'm gonna give you a little thing. You need to chill a bit, my dude. Consider that an official warning. You do need to chill. So then, I mean, is this just... Ew. Do we just take... Well, some of those were supposed to go in my redstone chest. I need Chinese in my life? Dude, it sounds so good, right? Some General Tso's chicken, some crab rangoon. Sounds so good. Burn it, burn it, burn it. Oy. Maybe we could do this. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Why are you doing an infinite pulse when you're exactly the same thing? Why this happened? Why does this one make an infinite pulse, but this one doesn't? Okay. Let's, oh. Try some slabs? Just for consistency. Why? Okay. But did this fix this one? Nope. It's so consistently inconsistent. I have some more ideas. Braun with the hydrate. We had Chinese the other night. Oh, I'm so jealous. Mexican, just a giant enchilada covered in cheese and salsa and oh, give it to me. I miss it. I am gonna try this. The only thing that changed is the hoppers. Yeah, but there's no way that the hoppers have any relevance. Maybe it has something to do with the scaffolding? There's like, maybe scaffolding caused weird updates. I don't know. We're changing two things at once here, which isn't good. Yeah, well, that didn't work. And did you ever get the perfect dye trade yesterday? Sure didn't. Oh, now they're both in this stalled state. No! Okay, anybody have any ideas? I'm all ears right now. Pulse extender, so that way the two pulses become one? Nah, that was the first thing we tried. Throwing in a, like a long...
Love relationships, I think they're fantastic. They're wonderful, I think they're great. I think there's nothing in the world more beautiful than falling in love.
See, then it just does this. What about firing both at the same time? What? Why would we do that? It won't work when the observer is detecting the block being pushed in there. Right. There's ways to get this to work. I just don't remember what they are offhand. And like a different timing doesn't work. And here, we can do a full reset on different timings. So here's a full reset on one tick. Doesn't work. A full reset on 2 ticks. Oh, he stuck. Well, I mean, that's enough to prove that 2 ticks doesn't work. Three ticks. Doesn't work. Let's try. You would just use a regular piston for this, but I don't have a regular piston in my inventory. Destroy them with water? Nah, that's super dangerous because we have the cedar mushrooms right next to it. Use an observer at the top detecting when a mushroom grows. String redstone to 2 pistons at the bottom. Then shift the floor where the mushrooms would grow. But then how do we collect that? We do not want hopper minecarts. So if we shift floors, we can't collect it. And additionally, shifting the floor would destroy one of our cedars. We're destroying that guy. Thinking. Not the entire floor, you can shift the individual pieces. You're not listening to me. If you shift the floor, there's no way to guarantee that the mushroom that you've harvested ends in a hopper. It's not so much that I don't give a rat's tail about this mushroom here. I care much more about this mushroom ending up in the hopper. You only chose to respond to the half of the statement that you could, completely ignoring the much more important half that shows you why it's not important. You only responded to the afterthought, not to the main thought. Why not use a hopper minecart? Hopper minecarts are the most laggy tile entities, or excuse me, not tile entities. They are the laggiest entities in all of the game. And with a base of this size, we are already running into lag problems in this world. I cannot take any unnecessary costs. Woo! Shift the sticky pistons with more sticky pistons. Oh my god. Use a double extender. Yes. So pistons are really bad. So we can't have more than one piston per mushroom. That's the first thing. We cannot have more than one piston per mushroom. Additionally, we cannot use hopper minecarts. I'm trying to think if we have any other conditionals. We could use a brute force timer, but I'd really rather just use an observer. So how do we detect that a mushroom grows? That doesn't result in that. Okay, let's give this a different try. I don't expect a different result. Yeah. Could you pulse them occasionally on a timer? I absolutely could. I've built mushroom farms like this in the past, but whenever I would build them in the past, I would just build them on like a long form hopper clock. One that pulsed every, I don't know, like 5 minutes or something like that. I wonder if there's a way that you could just, in the same piston, nah, that would be even more laggy, right? I was thinking, like, what if you were to take the same piston and using Slimestone, connect it to the observer, so that way it moves the observer out of the way whenever, it goes to extend. But then, I mean, the observer is just detecting it itself moving, which is how flying machines work. Huh. Use one piston floor shifter, using one piston to close the grass. Use an observer to detect and then have it do a 1-tick pulse when the mushroom is detected. The mushroom will break and fall off where the dirt used to be. Then use a comparator to detect the new mushroom fell into the hopper on the ground, sending another 1-tick pulse to the piston. What? Hang on, let me try to process this message. Remember, 1 piston, 1 hopper. That's it. That's all I want for this design. There would be a hopper under where the dirt is already. But that doesn't work because they don't. Okay. Sure, I'll show you. Okay. I guess I get what you're saying, but it doesn't work that way. Isn't you a picture? Where did you most definitely... Oh, double observer it. Oh, but that's 2 pistons, my dude. So what Theodore said, and this one's pretty easy to show. I shouldn't have destroyed that observer, but it's not that big of a deal. I need more observers. Okay, so to answer Guardian, the reason that shifting the floor and then having a hopper underneath the shifting floor is when the item would pop off of the floor, they don't fall straight down. They kind of bloop sideways sometimes. See, perfect. Like, this dude was on this block, and now he's all the way over there. So it wouldn't fall down into the hopper that's below. They pretty much have to go straight up in order to do that. More often than not, they'll land not underneath where they are. I mean, yep, Theodore's got it. But it breaks our rule of 1 piston. But then again, it triggers only once every how long? Super rare. So what is this doing whenever it moves like this? It's just changing the position of... It's 3 piston extensions every time. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. It works, but I'm not a fan. Yep, it is 1 piston, 1 hopper per mushroom. Yeah, okay. So I'll show you. I'll show you why that doesn't work in, like, real time. So we're gonna take this roughly same setup. right. And then instead of moving the piston there, we would do something like this. And you're saying that instead of the hoppers being in the front, we put the hopper underneath. Okay. And then we somehow observe... of course, I'm not going to set this up perfectly, in that I'm not going to set up the perfect observer here. But just imagine, right? How do I get this to do it correctly? Well, that does work. Interestingly. But you see, okay, so cool. Here's the problem now. We want them to end up in either this hopper or like, we could put a number of hoppers around this, right? Boom. Okay, and actually, we could make it a little bit more likely. We could say we put glass. Let's put some glass there and there. Okay? And then we plant our mushroom. That one didn't work. That didn't work. And see, there's the last issue, is they don't always fall straight down. So even if I were to do correct timings and put a huge delay on this, so that way it allowed enough time for the mushroom to fall straight down, there is a chance that the mushroom pops off and lands on a block that we're not accounting for. So this doesn't work. It would work a little bit. I mean, this would work completely if we were to, say, put a single hopper minecart shifting left and right under this. It would work then. Because you could clearly see how a hopper minecart in place of where that hopper would be able to collect this mushroom. We're trying really hard not to use hopper minecarts. We're trying really hard not to use multiple pistons. Yeah, no hopper minecarts, no multiple pistons. We have versions that work with hopper minecarts now. We have versions that work with multiple pistons. Why not? Hopper minecarts are the laggiest entity in the entire game. They're just ridiculously laggy. Multiple pistons is not as big of a deal. They cause lighting update problems, so whenever a piston is in the retracted position, whenever the piston's in a retracted position, it's dark. But whenever a piston extends, I'm trying to think about how to set up this test. Well, that was not a very good test. Whenever a piston extends, look at my light level. It goes from being lit, it goes from being opaque to transparent, like And like, you could see this even better if I were to slow this down. Instead of using observers, let's use a slower clock. Yeah. Oh, come on, let me in. And this is the problem. It creates, and I'm gonna get out of here because it's very obnoxious. So they cause a ridiculous amount of lighting updates and lighting lag. And you could even, here, let me set up one more quick test. To show that it's not just an issue of the extended piston. So if we make it face upwards, we can see the same issue. Pistons should always have been transparent blocks, so that way they didn't create lighting updates whenever they changed states. So now you can see that it's not just the extended position, the extended piston, it's actually being caused by that in-between state, in between the piston being fully retracted and fully extended. It's the animation state, and that animation state has a block number, and I believe it's block 43. And block 43 is a transparent block. And now I can show you one more thing that just goes to further emphasize this. If it's completely extended, it's also opaque. So if it's opaque when it's extended and it's opaque when it's retracted, if it's opaque when it's extended and it's opaque when it's retracted, then when is that light getting in? Well, again, it's because of the block 43 state. It's the in-between state that allows for light to get into this area. And that is a huge cause of lag in Worlds. So that's the reason that we don't want to use more pistons than are absolutely necessary. So hopper minecarts, those are pretty obvious why they're laggy. It's an entity, it sits there and it runs this like check to constantly see if there are items around it. It makes sense why it's laggy, right? Pistons, a little less obvious. But why is that a problem? Maybe that was an old question, but I mean, my world is already quite laggy. You can see that my TPS isn't great. So here, let me leave the area around my base. Let me first sleep, so that way it's daytime. Now let's get you guys a baseline. Okay, I'm gonna go over to world spawn. I already said this, but I don't think you saw it. Why not have all the mushrooms that will spread on a diagonal? Replace the mushroom on the right of the mushroom, supposed to grow with grass at a delay to the observer, and try that out. Toggleable flying machine. I don't know what you're referring to. So this is my baseline. Like, look at my FPS on the left. It's perfect. The big spikes that you see are probably world saves that happen. And like, look at my TPS. which is the thing on the right side. And see how those spikes lined up there? Those are probably some sort of world save or some sort of Java garbage collection that happens. Flying machines? Dude, flying machines are way worse than just regular pistons. Well, because, I mean, it's pistons, but updating a lot in quick succession. Are the rails around your bed to keep the villagers from using it? That was the idea. So, now look what happens to my TPS. Of course, we're going to get some frame drops because we're loading new chunks. But as we get closer to the base... Oh, look at the TPS start to go up. Look at the FPS start to go down. Ooh, buddy. So, you can see that I'm already pushing pretty hard on this world. I need to be aware of how hard I'm pushing this world and take every lag saving precaution I can in order to allow this world to reach maturity. If you were to, like, if I had a less powerful computer, I wouldn't be able to do as much as I am in this world. Sub to help Nims get a super beefy computer. Man, what I could do with an upgrade. I could do with what is that, a 32X Ryzen 9 3900X or something like that. A bigger, better graphics card. I've only got a 970, which is what, like 2-3 generations old. I mean, nah, I'm good. I just need to play smart. And it's also important for me to remember that not everyone has a super powerful computer. And it helps me build with that in mind. Because if I tell you that you need to go out and you need to build, a flying machine-based sugarcane farm, dude, that's so much lag that I'm putting on your computer. This flying machine darkroom mob farm is quite a bit of lag for any one person's computer. It's not that bad because there's literally zero light in there. So you're not getting the lighting updates, but you still are getting the flying machine updates, the actual redstone updates. So I need to do better. I need to keep in mind lag. That's really it. You're speaking another language? I know what CPU and GPU stand for. Oh, okay. Basically bigger parts. Faster parts. Could you include this in a Hopper minecart track of another farm so you don't add lag? So you're saying include it in like the Hopper minecart track of the... I have 2 Hopper minecarts that currently exist. And that must exist. We have one inside the fishing farm. He can be deleted though. We have 2 Hopper minecarts that must exist, and that is the Hopper minecart for the darkroom farm and the Hopper minecart for the melon pumpkin farm. So what you're saying is we add this design into the existing drop-off points for those farms. I would have to add another filter. I don't think that we could do it over here to the darkroom mob farm. I think that would be too much, and I already am kind of a little bit regretful that we added the string movement all the way over here. It seems excessive. That's a lot of additional time that all of those item entities live for. It's done. I'm not gonna undo it. But if I were to add melon and pumpkin mushroom collection onto that hopper line, then we would have even more distance that all of those item entities need to travel. The hopper minecart with the darkroom mob farm could be replaced with a bunch of hoppers if you replace the magma with campfires. Don't campfires create a bunch of particle lag? I mean, magma slabs would be perfect, but magma slabs don't exist. Not if you shut off particles. Okay, that's not really reasonable. What's your deal with lag? Like, chill, you're still getting a lot of FPS? Gabe. No. So the world that I have set here, I've set it to 100 FPS is the max frame rate. Let me come over this way a little bit. You can see in the top left corner, my frame rate is at about 60, 58, 62, 60, right? That means that I'm already maxing out what my graphics card can render. I've already maxed it out. I'm already on the decline. If I'm not proactive now, then this world will quickly become unplayable. 60 is basically the limit that I can fall to because that's the refresh rate of my monitor. And even then, it's not synced with my monitor. Where's VSync at? Oh god, that's even worse. Yeah. So whenever I'm syncing to my monitor, I'm only getting 30 FPS. So I'm already on the strong decline. My graphics card is already at 100%. Additionally, my world TPS is falling as well. We just demonstrated this. If I unload my base here, watch my TPS, the thing in the lower right. Oh, look at that. I unload my base and my TPS is like, what up? Is this what good performance is like? So I am already pushing my world to its limit. And we have a lot left to go. Checking my elytra durability. There's I've got a bunch of uncovered hoppers over here that I might be able to do something with. These guys are probably one of the biggest sinks that I could still work on. Cleaning up this output would probably be a good idea. But I honestly don't know. We also need to do the research in covering hoppers again. So we have 2 working designs. This one requires a hopper minecart, so I'm going to hard veto that one. But this one here requires 3 piston extensions per mushroom. But mushrooms take like an average of... Let me see if I still have that mushroom wiki page open and see if it tells me how long. Every game tick, a mushroom has a 1% chance of spreading to an adjacent block, even above and below diagonally, as long as there are fewer than 5 of the same mushroom type in a 9x9x3 area. I feel like you should finish getting the villagers that you want, because then you can disable the villager breeder, send the villagers bred into lava. I want to, yes, but the problem is, we're waiting for the next wave of villagers to be bred up. We need more villagers, so we have to do other work until then. He'd be getting like 30 frames right now if he didn't worry about lag. Yup. And there's still some stuff that I could do around the base, right? Like, as a quick example, this hopper minecart here doesn't need to exist. I've gone through and I've deleted all of my... I've added item overflow destruction to the majority of my farms, so we don't have, you can see the melons just dying on the side of the cactus. So that way we don't have to worry about item entities anymore. And indeed, we used to sit at like over 100, like it was 150 entities just chilling on screen at any time. And now we're chilling at like low 60s, high 50s, low 60s entities. So I need to figure out what's up with cats still to get them to stop spawning. We could also remove some of the dark room mobs, some of these guys that still spawn on the edge of our world. Dude, are you gonna share your save file? Yeah, actually. But probably not in the way that you want me to. So I think every single world save, and I'm just gonna show this real quick, every single world save that I've ever generated, I think is it's going to be uploaded to one like master file, and then those master files will be provided for supporters, probably in Patreon. I wish that Twitch's sub integration was better, so that way I could say, hey, if you're this tier of sub in Twitch, I could provide you specific rewards. This definitely works, the design that Theodore sent us. Theodore, is this somebody else's design, out of curiosity? Did you... Let's go sleep so we can shut off the rain. No, okay. Sick. I mean, it works. It works well. you came up with. It's nice. I'd probably put a block there just because it looks better. You also need to go through and you need to... Yeah. There needs to be blocks. You need to prevent the mushrooms from spreading in undesired areas. So technically, I need to make like all of this area undesirable for a mushroom, right? So that way the only spot that it could spread to is right here. I will make one with only one piston and one observer. I'm not so concerned with multiple observers, if I'm being honest. It's really just the pistons that are the issue. And this is definitely too bright for it. I believe mushrooms have a rule about spawning. Oh, goodness. Dark area, naturally generating poorly lit areas, light level 12 or less. If this is met, each chunk has a chance to generate them, can also generate an extremely on top of glowstone. This has been considered a feature, I don't know. Mushrooms also generate in these biomes. But I need to know how they spread. If planted on mycelium or podzol, they can stay planted in any light level. Both red and grow at the same rate. I just don't, it's not detailing how they spread right here. It's just a 1% chance of spreading to an adjacent block. 1% a game tick is a lot. Like, there are 20 game ticks in a second. As long as there are fewer than 5 mushrooms of the same type in a 9x9x3 volume. Well, we only have 4 mushrooms. So I don't know why this is spread. Are droppers okay? Yeah, droppers would be fine.
Hi guys, today I want to show you something entirely new you can do with the observer block. Since 16th, detected now, which couldn't be detected previously with the block object detector. What we haven't shown there is the normal but the observer detects the changing block state. So let's turn up the random tick speed so the mushrooms would spread a lot faster. And you already saw it, the spraying mushroom gets detected. The redstone lamp would turn on, but the block object detector doesn't detect it.
So an observer detects a spread?
Spraying mushroom gets detected. The redstone lamp would turn on, but the block object detector would spread a lot faster. And you already saw it, the spraying mushroom gets detected. The redstone lamp would turn on.
Okay.
Looks like this. So you had some cedar mushrooms in the middle, and then blocks on the side where the mushrooms could spread to. And then every once in a while, activated by a clock, you would flush the mushrooms that spread to the side with water. But this isn't really efficient, since water causes a lot of lag. It always checks the blocks around it, where it can flow to and so on. So it wasn't lag efficient at all. And that's why I came...
And it didn't... I don't understand why this works, because isn't this more than 5 mushrooms in a 9x9x3 area?
This farm here. It's not cheaper than the water farm, but it's a lot more lag friendly. So it works like this. So we have the cedar mushrooms in the middle here, and they would spread to the side again because it's really an efficient setup for mushrooms. Grabs the block where the mushroom would spread to, and Yeah, and it works like this.
I mean,
So
this is
mushroom
basically what we
spreads,
already
take care
did.
of
We already
server,
figured this out.
and,
We just didn't tile it.
Detects center. Could also use almost 100 times here, then they're just collected by a minecart that runs below. Also, the advantage of this system is that it can't break. Because if you would try something like this, for example, so if a mushroom spreads here, then it would get pushed to the side, which would have the advantage that you don't need a minecart, it could just fall in the water stream. But this is kind of similar to the melon or pumpkin farms. If the mushroom grows in the wrong tick, then the farm would get stuck. So let's speed up the random tick speed by 100,000, and then it doesn't take long. If the mushroom grows in the wrong tick, the farm would get stuck.
So if it
And
grows
this-
twice back to back very, very quickly, it gets broken. Okay.
This can't happen.
This
with
is why I
farm.
love Ilmango.
So let's do the normal speed again, and as you can see here, there isn't any mushroom here, so the farm can't get stuck. And the reason is that the pot soil is removed, so the place where the mushroom can spread to is gone. And
Yeah, his explanations are a bit rough. He does all of his videos in one take. But because you move the podzol back, you can't get two mushrooms that grow back to back, thus two updates inside of the same observer check. So, I mean, we had this design. And this is why, like, we've talked about this all the time, but convergent evolution is a thing. We had effectively this same design. We just didn't tile it. This is just the next step to our design.
once it's back,
Convergent
then-
evolution. This is wild. On average, you have a 20% chance to get a mushroom each second. That's not how it works. It's not 1% a game tick additively, it's multiplicatively. So you have 1% times 1% plus the result of that. So it'd be 1 to the power of 20, like 0.1 to the power of 20, I think. So 1 to the power of 20 is what I think it is, or 0.1, no, 0.01 to the power of 20. So whatever that is, it can't be that high. Yeah, and see, this is why I don't believe the wiki. Right, has a 1% chance of spreading. Every game tick has a 1% chance of spreading. I wonder if it's like, if it's just like melons in that it tries to spread to, oh, I just tried to fly as if it were creative. I wonder if it can attempt to spread to blocks that aren't that are like non-viable blocks. And therefore that hurts the rates.
and 5 mushrooms with him, then
Okay, so he's answering
red
the
and
question
brown
about mushrooms.
because of the spread algorithm. So mushrooms check in a 9x3x9 area around them for other mushrooms, and if it finds more than 5 mushrooms with him, then it doesn't spread. But since there are only 4 mushrooms, the mushroom can spread. So if you take this
Yeah,
mushroom,
but what
for
about the ones that are below it?
example, then we'll check 4 blocks to the side, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course also in that direction, and 4 blocks to that side, and there are no more than 4 mushrooms in total. So if you want to have a farm of only brown mushroom farm, for example, then you would need to leave out that space. You can't have any brown mushrooms here, because then otherwise nothing would grow. The farm could easily be stacked, so here you can already have the next blocks for the radius, then just need to put some
Okay,
blocks
that's
on above.
basically what I was curious about, is like, it's possible if you watch when he
Minecraft
game
pumpkins
ticks
on
this to a
the
billion.
normal speed again.
You see how some of the mushrooms are landing on top of these blocks? You definitely need some sort of cage to keep the top contained. But I mean, that's it. This is the best mushroom farm that you can make. It'll take a hopper minecart. We can pull the hopper minecart. I mean, this is it. We're just gonna have to use this design because he's right. If you get 2 mushrooms to grow, so there's 2 ways that you can do a mushroom farm. If you're going to observe detect the mushrooms, then you have to observe detect. It's this. You have to use this because he's right. I've seen this issue before with the design that we have. With the design that we have right here, where if they grow inside the same game tick, they break. I've seen this. Or grow back to back to each other, they break. There's 40 zeros, 0.1, and that I'm pretty sure that's correct. So it'd be a 1 in 40 billion per game tick. That sounds a lot more. That sounds a lot more truthful. 1 in 40 billion per game tick. I don't know. See, this is why I went to college, why I wish I went to college and took statistics. Because statistics is the only thing that I feel like I use on a regular basis, and I'm not good at it. So, okay, so we have our answer. It's either this design or a hard clock. Statistics should be taught in high school? Well, the high school system failed me. Like, I'm not even really joking. Here, we can quit out of this. My parents had split custody of me. I'm just gonna some hard truths on you right now, chat room. So my parents had split custody, and I was a very unhappy child, and I tried to kill myself when I was 14, 15, something like that. I ended up, I went to therapy, blah, 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 blah. And the therapist said, well, you're not happy with your current living situation. You have 2 sets of parents. So we're going to take you away from your first set of parents, and we're going to give you to your second set of parents. Like, in hindsight, okay, makes sense. Hindsight seemed good. And then, because I swapped high schools, I had credits that didn't transfer correctly. And because of that, I was placed in remedial classes through the rest of my high school time. So basically, 14, 15, would have been, it was at the end of 7th grade, beginning of 8th grade. So however old I would have been at that time. And so from the time of freshman year onward, I was basically in remedial classes. And so then I just slept through my remedial classes. Most of them were weighted, so they had this absurd 50% of your grade in these classes was 50% of your grade at the class was the tests, like tests and quizzes. And I am really good at taking tests, so I would sleep through everything. I would never do my homework. I would only do my homework in the 5 minutes that she gave in the review at the end of class, and between doing that, I was able to pass most of my classes with like a B. So yeah, no, like it's I didn't go to college and I barely went to high school. Okay, so we have two options here. We either put a hard timer on it and we just say, hey, we're just gonna let it do whatever it wants to do, and then we'll just harvest it on this hard timer. I'm curious. Direct connect cubecrowd.net. Creative. I had a design built in this world. I gotta remember how I did this. Okay, so this was a timer-based design. I remember it now. Where I had figured out how to embed the timer inside of the clock itself. I only remember this vaguely. So what I had done is you have grass spread here, and when the grass would set, can I set block? Yeah, okay, they don't, wait, fill, oh god, they have some sort of add-on, grass. I just want that to be grass. I don't know how to set that to being grass. Yeah, I mean, this was a server I used to play on a little bit way back in the day. But when that would update, here, let's see if we can reset this into the correct position. Oh god, people are teleporting to me now. Okay, sick. So it was something like I used a grass block here. We would put like a torch on it so that way the light level was high enough to encourage spread. But then it would prevent the mushrooms from being able to spread. And then we put a... Okay, perfect. So yeah, now you can see what was happening. So what's happening here is you have the grass block that spreads grass onto the dirt block here. Whenever the dirt block becomes grass, we observe that happening, which sends a signal to this piston, which pushes forward this block, thus smothering the grass. Because this piston just updated, we then observe the piston updating and create a signal, which we then use to create a double pulse up here for doing that. You saw it, right? So then it's a timer. God, it's been so long since I've looked at that. It's a timer that doesn't use any redstone. It uses grass spread in order to... Okay, this is what I'll build. So that way it is my own design. Yeah! Yeah, but you smart? Yeah, there's some people that would disagree with you very strongly, ZGS. You should put the observer on top of the row of mushrooms and then add a repeater delay to the observer so that way the mushroom can fall through the gap before the block is shifted back. See Rogers with the hydrate. And actually, looking at this reminds me of old tech. So let me go ahead and take a screenshot here. Yeah, I should be able to build this. Hello, screenshot? What are my controls? Screenshot? Yeah, okay. F11. Cool, we got the screenshot. But this reminds me of old tech that we might be able to use in our real world. So... First, I think we need to go sleep. Nims, do you think Minecraft versions should be universal? Minecraft versions should be universal. I don't know what you mean. Like Bedrock versus Java versus blah, blah, blah? Absolutely. Your farms are so cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, Java, Bedrock, console. Yes, absolutely. That, in my opinion, they should stop all development for all new expansions, all new snapshots. They should stop. I mean, release 1.16, and then they should stop every bit of development that they're currently working on, all of it, and bring the versions into perfect parity with each other. 100%, yes. Full parity. Yes. I'm not saying like Einstein, sure. But I suffered the same fate as you, and that's how I proceeded through most of my high school life, and people try to call me smart as well, but I beg to differ. I will say that I do think I have like an overwhelming amount of common sense. But again, I know that some people would disagree with that. But my ability to like understand new things and pick new things up, I can do that really quickly. Sorry. I agree. I hate the divide between versions. Yes, it's particularly bad for I mean, you create a community of have and haves nots, right? And both sides are both the haves and the have nots. For example, it would be sick if on Java I could throw a trident and create exactly the system that I have inside my AFK room using the wolves, but using a shifting trident. It would never break then. I would never need to maintain it. But I can't because Java shifting, or excuse me, trident shifting only exists in Bedrock. But then there are things that only exist in Java. And whenever you're trying to, especially the tutorial community or like the creative guide walkthrough communities, it's so bad because you have to ask the question. You're constantly asking the question, does this work on Java? Does this work on Bedrock? It's so... Nah, dude. Nah. I thought it just uses durability and breaks the trident. I don't think it does. But I don't play on Bedrock, so I could be wrong. So grain of salt with that specific example. But I mean, still, you have things that work on like fishing farms, as an example. I believe fishing farms are one of the things that work better on Java, and they don't work well on Bedrock. But I don't remember. And then like Bedrock doesn't have to deal with quasi. Okay, so let's take a look at the system that we had built. Oh god, I didn't open screenshots. That's fine. Let's see. Open app data, roaming, Minecraft, screenshots. The screenshot that I took, let's move it over onto a different monitor and let's rebuild. Okay. We're gonna have to get it in the correct state because this is actually the backwards state. I mean, hell, I think that's it already. So this is already a clock. It's a random clock, sure, but it's already a clock because this grass will inevitably spread onto the dirt, which then creates an update, which we then single tick pulse the piston, which causes it to extend on a single or on a zero tick, which leaves the block behind and therefore smothers the grass on another delay, on another random delay. And then we go here into here, and I think we had a oh, that one was a very precise placement. Did we only bring the 2 pieces of glass? Are you gonna build a witch farm at some point? Yeah, I think we will. We know where a witch farm is in the world. So yeah, I think we'll build a witch farm at some point. I got the quest to defeat N'Zoth. Think we could do that in an afternoon? Probably. We could probably throw a group together. You'll definitely want to start watching videos on how to do that now, though. Good morning! How's it going, Raw Milk? How are you today? I mean, that's it, right? So after a period of time, I don't know if those are new mushrooms or not. After a period of time, this dirt should turn into grass. When that happens, this will trigger, which starts to smother the grass, which then triggers this, so we create a 4-tick, so we then observe it becoming powered, and then we observe it becoming unpowered, creating a double tick that happens here. Shouldn't have destroyed that. A double tick that happens here, that then extends our pistons out, and then 4 ticks later retracts our pistons back. So this can never break either. So I just want to... Pretty compact, too. I mean, it is a super compact timer. It's a very atypical timer. Do I have a job? You're looking at it, bud. Fishing farms on Bedrock do work, they just require an auto clicker. Oof. How's that scone-loving lady of yours too? I think she's taking a nap. What do you, but we just got the new artwork done for the stream. What do you think? No longer have those like hideous banners off to the side. And they weren't hideous, I shouldn't say that. But I think that this looks so much cleaner. This is it should take a while. I just don't know how long it's supposed to take. I don't know how long it takes for grass to spread. We're literally waiting for grass to grow. You hadn't noticed the new decor? No way. No way you didn't notice. Can't stand the cluttered banners for sure. I mean, this is what the banners looked like before. I feel like, I mean, look at them. They clipped, so like Bradley, his name was getting clipped into the art. I feel like it takes a lot of space. Like, think about how many pixels you're losing of visible screen space to the banners. And then look at how much oh, it happened! Oh, I missed it! Ah! But you can see, this is now grass. And then this got single tick pulsed out, so now this will smother the grass, and then after it smothers it, it'll trigger a second time. So let's say that we had a mushroom grow, hypothetically. So let's say that you had a mushroom grow, hypothetically, and so whenever this gets smothered, we'll get another update. Did I just see that trigger? Hang on, I'll go look. No, okay, I didn't. I must just, my mind is playing tricks on me. The pistons don't push when the grass, when there's a mushroom, correct. So this isn't going to have the highest rates. It's just not. And I'm not going to make that claim. It is compact and it won't break. This is super compact. Oh yeah. And there it is. This is really compact. So it's supposed to work with up to 5 mushrooms. What is this, some sort of automated Minecraft Rubik's Cube? It's a little bit like that, yeah. I distracted with the banner talk. Oh yes, you did. Okay, anyway. So, the banners had a lot of wasted space to them. I feel like they're a big eyesore. Like, they're very bright. They're with the white banner. I just think that, it ends up taking up a lot of your visual interest. And I think that makes them not super great. So, they're being retired. And see, then this sits again, and it's just chilling, waiting for the grass to grow. It's literally waiting for the grass to grow. Are you going to industrialize this farm or keep it as is? That's a good question. Could other items such as melons work in this farm? Yo, I bet they could. Put a melon right there. I mean, yes, but there's even better ways of doing melon farms now. Even if you wanted it a single cell melon farm. We used to have one, but we've since destroyed it. But there's no way you would ever use a single cell melon farm in this. The old banners were quite intrusive in comparison to the new one. Yeah! So, like, yes, there is some wasted space, technically. We have the art in there. And the art is unnecessary. You could make that argument, for sure. But it's like the art of the Phoenix is probably comparable to the entire art of one banner, let alone there are 3 banners. So wait, your stream title says huge redstone build, but this one is tiny. That's true, but this is the huge one. Exactly. Without the art, without the logo, it could be anybody's channel. Exactly. But this is the big build. So we're making this small little nodule, and then wait, how did he spawn? Nice shovel, bruh. I need to make a potion room that works with this whole place. Thought I saw a creeper. It had me spooked. I mean, a potion room, I'm thinking about it. It's like a potion room where we have, oof. See, like, where did these guys spawn at? Probably on the mushroom farms themselves. Yeah, give me them iron pearls. Blah blah. A potion room that automatically, I'm not gonna like put this conditional of it should automatically create potions for me. That's ridiculous. Because you can't auto brew. You can auto brew. Hang on. Let me figure out my wording. The only way to auto brew is to have an infinite supply of nether wart. You could, oh god, I just had an idea. You could, using a system very similar to our honey farm, put some sort of conditional that says, do not run the farm unless you have an overwhelming amount, like unless you have a minimum threshold of nether wart. Yeah, we're just not gonna, this world isn't set up for it. We trash our water bottles. And we also, the things that we would need in this the things that we would need in order to have a reasonable supply of potions would be, God, there's a cat, I want to murder it. You'd have to take gunpowder out of the creeper, out of the darkroom mob farm. You'd have to take glowstone out of the darkroom mob farm, sugar out of the Darkroom Mob Farm or Sugarcane Farm, but if you take it out of the Sugarcane Farm, then you have to craft the sugar from the sugarcane manually. We don't say that name here. I'm not gonna sub because I don't want to see you make a potion room. Oh, I'm not gonna make a potion room. Sub to Nims to force Nims to build a potion room. Nah, there's no way, because what I would need to do is it would have to be a whole new base, right? It would have to be you'd have to have some sort of filter to filter out water bottles from the fishing farm, to build a supply of water bottles, because I can't be bothered to craft up a bunch of water bottles. So you'd have to convert a bunch of water bottles from the fishing farm. Then you would need, or you'd have to gather a bunch of water bottles from the fishing farm. Then you would need a bunch of netherwort, which you can get AFK from a netherwort farm. So you'd have to alternate your AFK sessions between what is this? Raw Milk just gifted 2 subs in the community? Dude, sick! Thank you very much, Raw Milk. You're wonderful. Does that set our sub record to 398? You could build a witch farm and have a brewing room built around it. I mean, you could, right? That's basically what you would have to do. Actually, yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Maybe that's what we do whenever we build the witch farm. Because you would have to, you can convert glass bottles into water bottles in bulk quickly. You can basically build an AFK station that does that. So then you could take all the glass bottles that the witch farm provides, convert them into water bottles. That would be much faster than trying to catch water bottles out of a fishing farm. Now you've got the water bottles. Then you would build an AFK netherwort farm and AFK netherwort while you're waiting, like while you're farming at your fish farm, or excuse me, while you're standing in a position that allows your witch farm to be active. And then oh goodness. So now you would have all the water bottles you need and all the netherwort you need. Witches then provide glowstone, redstone, and gunpowder, which are all the potion modifiers you would need. You would get stuck needing spider eyes. Well, you have the spider eyes from the witches as well, but then you would also need sugar, which you could get from a sugar cane. No, wait, sugar comes from witches, so you don't need a sugar cane farm. So then you would need a mushroom farm, which, you know, we just showed how you... Oh, hey, look at that. That's real generation. That's a real mushroom. Right there. Is that our first real mushroom? So then you would build a mushroom farm, and now you could get fermented spider eyes. You would have to have the easiest way to get glistening melons would be to trade for them from villagers, just like we do with golden carrots. So you could get a, a boatload of glistening melons. You could AFK farm phantom membranes. You could AFK farm phantom membranes to then get potions of jump. Ghast tears would be tough. It's possible to AFK farm ghast tears for sure, but you have to do that in the nether. Oh, it's slow falling, not jump. I misspoke. Okay. Thanks for getting my back there. Okay, so slow falling from the phantom membranes, not jump boost. That's right, it's rabbit's foot for jump boost. So you would have to AFK in the nether sometimes in order to get the ghast tears. You could do it. See you later, C. Rogers. Take care, man. So 116 potion room confirmed. What did the piglin drop when you throw gold at them? Rabbit foot farm? I mean, it's possible. You can make rabbit farms. There's multiple ways of making rabbit farms too. You could go to a desert, set the passive mob cap to 0, which then allow rabbits to spawn in the desert, and then have your rabbits like kill themselves on, say, cactus or something. Additionally, you can AFK breed rabbits by just carroting a rabbit supply. By Vindicators as well. That's true. Vindicators named Johnny kill everything. Dude, I want to see it grow the grass and destroy our real thing. Okay, so let's keep looking at this. I want to look at a couple more designs. So this design is out because we know that it can break. And a single observer is out because it's reasons as well. I wonder if you could do something that's like... This might be a little ridiculous, but like, bear with me. Yo, Nims, isn't the chunk equivalent of overworld loaded in the nether? If not, couldn't you use portals to load the chunk of a ghast tier farm? That way you could have a setup so that Johnnies or Zoglins kill the ghasts. Nah, because you need a player in the nether to... You can run redstone in the nether, for sure, but you need a player in the nether to be able to spawn the ghast. It was a good suggestion, though. I don't think this is gonna work, but like, let's just see what happens. That's about what I expected. Any design like this, I think, is going to break. Because there's a chance that your mushrooms spawn in the cooldown period of the observer. And if that happens, then the observer didn't see the new mushroom spawn, in which case it breaks. So I don't think that we can directly observe the mushroom. Or we can, I don't think that we can directly... Is that possible? Wait, what? What about a machine that pulls you back and forth from the nether and the overworld, rotating the farms that are loaded from the gas farm to whatever farm of the overworld? Is that possible? Now that I think about it, I don't think it is, because the portal tiles would be broken. No, that's definitely possible. You can definitely shift the player between the overworld and the nether over and over and over automatically. Ah, yes. I wonder if there's a way that we could stop iron golems from spawning if that storage tower of iron is full. Huh. I don't think it's worth it. It would require a complete redesign, but still pretty interesting. Hide the zombie from seeing the villagers. They would still be able to spawn there. They would still be able to spawn, it just wouldn't be as fast. You'd have to let the iron golem live up there. Where did he go? Ooh, this design does have has a fear though. Because it uses grass, Enderman can break it. No pearls. Oh yeah, a timer set up so that once the player is teleported into the dimension, it destroys the portal, and then 10 minutes later it relights with flint and steel. I mean, you don't even need to do that. I mean, you could just have rails moving the player back and forth through the dimensions. And just leave your portals up. Nah, dude, you're good. I want this one to get harvested. I can't, I'm thinking. I just don't see... I don't see a way that we could destroy the mushroom itself without using a timer. And right now you're seeing the downsides of timers in that, like, we've just had a mushroom that's been ready to harvest for how long now? I didn't mean to fall off. Oh, hey, and there it went. Right as I was complaining. See, there it is. But how long was that guy ready to harvest? Quite a while. Can I sing a song, please? Yes, quietly in your own room. So if you want to detect the mushroom, I don't know if you can detect the mushroom given the... I don't know if you can detect the mushroom given the likelihood of breaking. I mean, it'll take a long time before it breaks, but it does break. Maybe there's another argument that says that you combine them, that you do the best of both worlds, that you... Hang on! Jimmy Neutron Brain Blast! Are these systems mutually exclusive to each other? Hold up! You can have the quick pulse that's created by observing the mushroom directly, but in the off chance that that doesn't detect the mushroom, because the mushroom grew blah 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 right back to each other inside of the cooldown window of the observer, you can then have a super long form clock act as a self-rectifier, allowing it to correct itself if it breaks. I do read chat. Please, step to me. You can't remove the hopper from that equation. You can't take that design and not use a hopper. Wait, what? Oh, Theo has an idea. And sheep can eat the grass. Ah, you could have sheep eat grass. Does that do anything, though? It's another entity that would exist in the world. What does it do if the sheep eat the grass? It would make the clock faster, but that's not necessarily better. You would have to look at the average time it takes for mushrooms to grow. So, hang on, let's do that Google search. Average time for mushrooms to spread Minecraft. We got our results. Wow, this is the worst results ever. Go to the wiki. And the wiki does not have the information because we were just on the wiki. Let's look at like mushroom farming. I don't know, and see if the wiki has anything. Okay, we're probably just gonna be more garbage information, but who knows, we'll give it a try. So all this brain matter and effort being used to pop a mushroom out of dirt. Yes, exactly. I mean, we'll be using both the Rubik's Cube design and the, I don't know, detection system. Okay, so let's look at this. Because mushrooms will not grow on areas where the light level is greater than 12, the farmer must carefully consider the placement of light sources. Mushrooms are placeable everywhere, but well-lit areas or non-solid transparent blocks do not require water, blah, blah, blah. However, even at night, they can only be planted on blocks where the light level would be less than 12. The exception to this is podzol, where they could be planted and remain in full light. They can then spread slowly to other opaque blocks, i.e. podzol, including types where they could not be planted. Mushroom will only spread if there are fewer than 5 mushrooms in an area of 9 by 9 by 3 around the original mushroom. The main danger of small mushroom farming is that they must be in low-lit indoor rooms, which we can do, which poses the risk of hostile mobs spawning in the same area except on peaceful, countered in several ways, placing torches 2 blocks above from where you want your mushrooms to grow. Another way is to involve 1 block high and paving any walkways with slabs. Sure. Spread mechanics. Every tick, every mushroom is given a 1% chance to do the following. Choose a random block within a 3x3x3 cube centered on the mushroom. This favors the mushroom's own level. The middle 3x3 square. Upper and lower levels are given a 25% chance, whereas the mushroom's same level is given a 50%. If a mushroom could be planted on the chosen block, if it's empty and the light is lower than 12, the lower block is opaque, then choose another block within a 3x3 square centered on the previously chosen block. If this block could support a mushroom as well, create one there too. Note that the first randomly chosen block can be the mushroom itself, the block it's sitting on, or the block above. The can be planted check can fail in all three cases, further reducing the overall spread chance. The following can be deduced from the algorithm. Mushrooms may spread up to 2 blocks away, though only if the block on the way is free, okay? Mushrooms may spread diagonally along all 3 axes, okay? This method requires on thorough lighting to ensure a monster-free environment. No mining required. Farm for the beginning mushroom farmer. Create a 2-block tall high. It's just gonna describe it. Okay. Bone meal huge mushrooms. I don't want that. Oh goodness, you know what we could just do? We could replace this entire dirt mechanic with just a daylight sensor and then make the daylight sensor only trigger once a day. Nims, couldn't you just remove the minecart though if you added a delay to the observer so the items can fall through the open space into a hopper? Okay, let's save this. Let's go back to the design that we had earlier. Look at that. Look at that. Automatic mushroom. These guys are failures. Okay, so what we were talking about was... I don't have a hopper. There it is. And then we were talking about observing. So this is what you're saying. You want now there to be some grand delay on this. Long enough to allow the mushroom to fall down. That's not the block I meant to put there. It still, I mean, it still doesn't work. Because, I mean, you would have to do it... I mean, you would have to kill your rates in a different way. You couldn't have it on the same level, which we just read is the highest rates. What you would have to do is you'd have to have... there, so it'd have to all be diagonals. You could never have it on the same level. And then you would need to increase the delay of this somehow. So that way it stays fully retracted for longer. Why are you farming mushrooms? We keep needing mushrooms for the villager breeder. And I think it's just fun. Kraken! I got your hydrate. A sheep could eat the grass. Okay, I see your point. Yeah, it's much easier to keep sheep out of things than it is to keep Enderman out of things, though. Put an observer where the mushroom would grow to make it easier to add a delay. Put a delay above where the mushroom would grow. Okay, I see. So that. You're just gonna have to trust me that we could put a glass on the front. The rates of this, I don't think would be very good. I mean, you should just be able to tile this as it sits here. Just take, I don't have any more, whatchamacallit. You should be able to take all of these out by 4. And then hopper here. But no, you can't. You can't. I don't think that you can tile it. Because look, that you can't put something here. I mean, you would be able to, at best, have another... I need more podzol. You couldn't take it out in the front. You can't do this. Because you in order to properly collect the mushroom that comes off of this block, you need to have that, right? Which means that the scale would then happen from this point. So the repeat would be from here And this is your repeat point. And I don't even know if this would work because of how far out these guys can check. Could you stop linking other people's designs in my stream chat? That's kind of a douchey thing to do. I'm just gonna call it, man. That's an official warning. Chat room, you break my soul. You break my soul. And this goes back to the conversation that we had yesterday. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong at all. But if I just copied everybody else's builds, what's the point in playing the game? I'm actually upset. How would it, oh hey, Henry Ford figured out the car, everybody else stopped making cars, he figured it out. Not worth it to look into making cars at all anymore. Fucking dumb. These are good suggestions though. This one here. This is a good suggestion. Okay, so it's in the wrong state right now. There we go. Now I think it's in the right state. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just too triggered by that. I just get so frustrated whenever people come in and start spamming other people's videos, saying just build so-and-so's. It's like, dude, that's such a... You're being that guy, 110%. So it's a 9x9x3 area. It's got to be 3 vertical. I don't understand how Il Mangoes was able to work in a space like that. Mushroom Farm? Definitely Mushroom Farm. We've got a design. We have 2 designs here that work. Possibly 3. So that's the first. This is the first one. And I don't have the hopper here. But this is the first one that we got. Sick. We've got this here. But this one can break. If a second mushroom grows while the observer is still in its second trigger from this piston extending, then we can't observe the second mushroom, which means on a long enough time scale, this design breaks. However, we think we have a workaround. Lastly, we have one that's just a hard clock design, which is this one, which has been consistently producing us mushrooms, but because it's a hard clock, you can see that I threw that way too far. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of linking other people's videos in it's just not a... I'm really not a fan. And I apologize for having such a strong reaction to it. I don't know, we talked about this yesterday. I'm really frustrated with the YouTube community as a whole right now. And Ilmango's great. Ilmango's one of the few guys that, like, not that my respect means anything, but that I still have respect for. But still, there are some people that come in and they're like, why are you trying to build it? So-and-so already got it. And it's just like, well then why does anyone ever do anything ever at all? It's already been done exactly once before. There's nothing left on the face of this planet that you could do that you will be the first one to do. So by that logic, give up. Stop. Waste away and do nothing. That's the dumbest thing to ever say to someone. God, it's gotta hurt to have, like, room temperature IQ, man. So anyway. This one works. So we're using a grass growth timer, which is just the coolest thing. I love this so much. So whenever the grass spreads, we observe the grass spreading. We then extend out a block here, which starts smothering the grass. We detect that block was extended, and then send out a signal, which we then creates a rising edge and falling edge pulse, which then extends our piston on the rising edge and then retracts the piston, well, extends this block on the rising edge and then retracts the block on the falling edge. The problem with this design is you're waiting for grass to spread. You're literally watching grass grow. Which means that the mushroom might have grown a long time ago, and you're just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting. So I think that we might be able to take the strength of this design and then fix the problem that design has with this one here. But at the same time that we were doing that, we also looked at this one, and we were, mostly me and Guardian, were trying to figure out a way that we could take this shifting design and have it work with a hopper instead of a hopper minecart. Celsius or Fahrenheit? Oh, definitely Celsius. Room temp in Arizona is 102. Man, if it's inside your house is 102, I don't believe it. And anyway, the IQ changes. As humans become smarter, the way that the intelligent quotient is set up is it's supposed to dynamically update, so that way the average intelligence is always 100. So 100 IQ today is much smarter than what 100 IQ was, say, 500 years ago. No, it's a single player world. If you want to play in a server with us, we have a Patreon server, Dane. Let's go for Kelvin. Oh, yeah. So why isn't this one spreading, though? This should have created some mushrooms. Why isn't it? This one's just over here making mushrooms. Slowly, but it is. Why hasn't this one produced any mushrooms? Do mushrooms not like it when there's a solid block above them? And this one just harvested. See, we can see the grass that's now being smothered. And there's the mushroom. Yeah, let's not get into politics. That being said, have you guys drank your disinfectant yet? Don't get into politics. Let's drink disinfectant. Maybe it doesn't because it reduces light too drastically. Nah, mushrooms will spread in a light level of 0. It would likely be something like melon stems and pumpkin stems don't place. They can't spread if there's a block above them. I wonder if mushrooms have a similar thing where they can't have a block above them. I'm checking the wiki right now. Hexed him with a hydrate. Hit 97 in my house in October? Dude, that's wild. Okay, you've been chugging the disinfectant, so you're gonna be fine from the Rona. Build a farm that we came up with in a test world and set the tick speed to 1,000 and see what happens. I thought the mushrooms would only grow at a light level of 10 or less. The mushroom over here begs to differ. However, he might be growing at nighttime. Okay, I mean, yeah, let's give them both a try in a permanently dark world. Let's see, we want Podzol. We know we want a shroom. Mushroom. We also need a hopper. We need a zerver coming out of this mushroom into a granite block, just for consistency between the worlds. Let's use this is a redstone world. We gotta use our block of quartz. We need a piston, redstone dust, a redstone repeater. Okay, sick. Time set. Night. Game rule random tick speed. 30,000. My melon pumpkin farms are destroying the TPS of this world. Look at them just going. Woo, buddy. Don't explode the computer. Dude, I can hear my fans kicking up. Oh, lordy. Okay, let's maybe lower that a little bit. Maybe we build this in a new world. Okay, game rule, random tick speed. Let's go back to default. Time set noon. Okay. World exploding done. Let's do, I don't think that the bee farm world has any problems in it. Okay, let's try. Let's try that again. Podzol, mushroom. Hopper. Quartz. Redstone. Zerver. Piston. Is that it? Okay, and then we need glass. And then we need to game roll, random tick speed. Okay, that might be too high. Let's go like 3,000. Okay, my computer seems to like 3,000. Seems to work pretty well. Still pretty slow. Okay, let's try building the other one. Time set noon. Okay. So we need grass. Let's see, we need some observers, some stickies, some these guys. Hey bud, you're not supposed to be there. So we need a grass block there, an observer watching this, into a block, piston. That would actually be there. Oh, okay. This one might get angry because of the random tick speed. Oof. Okay. That's 4 ticks there. I don't remember, was it... Did we just observe directly up out of the 4 ticks? I don't remember. It doesn't... No, we definitely didn't observe directly out of the... So that means that we had to go 1 block further back. Observe up. Redstone there. Okay. And then we need like a torch to make sure that the lighting is high enough to allow that to happen. I don't know. This one's kind of winning still because it only takes 1 hopper. And we also know that covered hoppers create less lag. How's it going? What's up? Maybe you should make a YouTube video when this is done? I mean, on what? Terribly inefficient mushroom farms? Oh, man. I just built your AFK skeleton farm along with a fishing farm, and it works amazingly. Woo! If you'll give me a moment, I'll show you my hardcore world. We're just struggling because mushrooms require such a long takes so long to grow that we need to test it in a hardcore world. I think we might have to use regular pistons here. Because of the position that these secondary observers would sit in. Oh, why did I do it that way? That was so dumb. Oh, yeah. It's okay, they weren't in the correct position the first harvest. And I got your hydrate. Thank you for the love, my hydra homie. The skeleton farm is how I found your channel. Then your hardcore tour is how I found your Twitch. Dude! That's awesome. Alright, so the problem with this is that... Yeah, that's okay. So let's go ahead and set this to some ridiculous... tick speed. Okay, so why isn't this one spreading? This one is. Look at the rates. Like, boom. Okay, there it just went. Okay. Let's go even harder. Let's add a 0. Okay, so does that little bit of light actually matter? And there's the hard stall. The rates of this are probably way higher than the rates of this one. Because this is effectively 2 cells of mushroom harvesting, whereas this is only a single cell. But this is the problem with this one, is it can break. But then that's where the clock comes in. If we were to put a dirt block down, yeah, that's about what I expected. If we put a dirt block down, we have a hard clock that we're triggering here that would, on a certain delay, self-correct this machine. See, there it is, it's broken. And see, then that fixes it, and we just see, now it's broken again. I definitely like this design better. And what? We could probably get a second cell relatively easily. Oh yeah, it might help if we put the redstone here on top. See, and this one's broken again, which is exactly the point. Huh. The one on the left is definitely way better from a lag over. I mean, this is a mushroom farm that has literally minimal lag. There is the only thing that we might be able to do to make the lag even better is, and I was thinking about this, and now we don't have the redstone update that happens either. And that way, because redstone updates are just horrendously laggy. So getting to do this is actually way better for lag than, and this one's messed up because we... Oh, and now it's in the wrong position because we just built it wrong, basically. So how often can you tile this, I guess, is our next question. Let's just keep going. And this is 1 hopper per storage as well, which is kind of handy. Here, let's get some torches out so that way we can see a little bit. I don't want to light it up too much for obvious reasons. I feel like the design moves the piston a little slow. Is there any way to speed it up a little more? Well, we need there to be enough time for that. I mean, yes, you could absolutely go and make it shorter. But see, then you run the risk of it not getting collected. See, and I don't... Yeah, those have all been collected. And see there, that one wasn't collected. So we have proof that 2 ticks is way too slow. And these mushroom farms, remember that our tick speed is unnaturally high. So if it ever lands on top of itself, then that mushroom is just despawning because mushroom farms take so long to spawn. It looks infinitely tileable to me. It might be that 9x9x3 thing. How often? I just don't know how. And we gotta just, I guess we just, yeah, see, 3 ticks isn't long enough as well. So it's just gotta be 4 ticks because 4 ticks we've never seen stall. Okay, so then we go there, into there, into there, into... I mean, is this infinitely tileable? Without ever needing to swap mushrooms? I hate bats so much. I expect that some over here is just gonna stop producing. Yeah, and indeed, we can see that they have stopped. That's about what we would expect. Trying to mass produce these now. Okay, so the only thing that we have left to do is just update this guy. Update it in the relevant... It's important to see if this one in the center grows. It is not infinitely tileable. Because only the ones on the outside are growing. These inner three are not growing because there are too many mushrooms inside of their radius. So if we're getting the 2 outer, then it looks like it could be 4. So let's destroy from here all the way over. Does that get all of them growing? Yes. So it looks like we can have 4 cells growing at a time. Try rotating 3 brown, 3 red. I mean, we could clearly do whatever this is. So 4 cells, 5 wide. So you could... The only issue that you might run into is there's no overlap between them. I mean, I guess that wouldn't matter. It depends on what you want. Like, I only want brown mushrooms. I don't need reds. You know what's interesting? You don't even need this. Wait a moment. Why aren't they getting blasted forward? with like the momentum. No slime? But not even on the ice? Okay, I think it's still fine. Here, let's try the trapdoors. Just because those, I've been told those look nicer. No, it couldn't be trapdoors. We have to go full-blown blocks. So let's get some glass. So you introduce a tiny amount of loss here whenever you get rid of the hoppers. Because look, now the hoppers would grab them before they could land on their neighboring blocks. But the vast majority although, couldn't the water cause more lag than the hoppers would? I actually don't know how much lag water creates. I think hoppers are better, probably. Well, with the hoppers... Okay, let's go ahead and destroy the water. I shouldn't have destroyed all of the glass. That was a mistake. With the hoppers, the issue that we run into is this does look like it becomes lossless at this point. But then we have to collect. Like, we have to get a centralized collection point. So how do we get a centralized... Is this normal tick? No. This is like 30,000. Water doesn't use redstone ticks, so no. That's not true. Water does create lag. I just don't know how much. Because water is constantly doing a check to see if the nearby area if it can flow to the nearby area. So this water is creating lag as it just sits here because it's constantly doing a check to see if it can flow to a nearby area. And like, that's how it then spreads like this. Maybe use a hopper mining cart? No. Yeah, we've increased the game tick in order to test mushrooms. So then, I mean, we could easily take, what is it? What is the thing that you can give yourself? Give Nims debug stick. I want enabled true facing west, apparently. There we go. Bet you guys didn't know about that. Debug stick. So then how do you store this? I mean, the storage system can't be worse than the... If we used water, we'd be able to water all the way into the storage system. But if we used hoppers, then we're gonna have to hopper all the way into the storage system. Which means that we also need to build an overflow into it. So I mean, pretty obviously we need something like a chest, and this chest can just be representative of the storage system. Right? So now we have 6 new hoppers that have been introduced. But we also have another problem in that what happens when this chest completely fills up? So we can emulate that by saying this is what would happen with when all of our stuff is completely full. I don't see it ever filling up. You underestimate how long I AFK in this world. Oh, I do have strength a billion. Perfect. I refuse to build something that doesn't have an overflow system. You can have a covered hopper train? I could, but okay, so the problem with the hopper train is not only would I need a chest here, like this, but we actually need something else being added here as well. So this can't be there. We need... The chest would actually have to sit here with a hopper into the back of it, and then another hopper. I need my debug stick back. With another hopper going into... So all of our mushrooms are now ending up in our chest, but then this hopper needs to then feed into a... which we can shorthand here a little bit. How did we do this before? Shouldn't be anything in there yet. How did we do this? An overflow could just be a composter. No, it can't be. It can't be. Unless the composter then has overflow. Because all that is you're just buying yourself time, but you're not actually setting yourself up for like the infinity that you might run into. Oh, I see what the issue is. Okay. This needs to be facing like down or up or something. And we'll just have it facing up into lava. NBD. Okay. So now what's happening is the mushrooms will get pulled by this hopper faster than they can get pushed from this hopper into this one. So that prioritizes filling this chest, which is analogous of our storage system. That then prioritizes filling our storage system with mushrooms first. If our storage system should ever become filled, we then need to take the extra mushrooms and run them through a dropper, detect the dropper state, and then shoot those items into some sort of, item destruction. Which it looks like somehow, sometimes we get two mushrooms that enter at exactly the same time. So one of them goes into the chest and one of them goes into destruction. We would fix that in the real example. So this is the question between. Alternatively, we could make this significantly cheaper. I wonder what that would do. Okay, so now we're back to the base design. How necessary are these mushrooms? Considering how much more frequently the outsides generate than the insides, I'm gonna say it's helpful for rates. The reason why is I don't think it's possible, even in the correct conditions, to place a mushroom on top of a hopper. No, it is not. I am trying. It does not work. Okay. So then, clearly, we could do something like this, where and now, instead of adding 6 new hoppers, we're only adding 3 new hoppers at the expense of rates. Tried the 1.15.2 Optifines and you wouldn't result, game won't even start up. It literally says that it's a beta everywhere. That's why they pushed the product. So you should report that bug so that way you can help them make their product better. That's why they put it out. It's not out officially yet. You could also cover those hoppers. True, I could, which would improve the rates as well. Do we know, Guardian, do we know what the thing, you cover something, you cover your hoppers with something, and then that improves rates. What is that? What do you see loss? I don't see any loss. What do you cover your hoppers with to save the most rates? There are mushrooms getting just regular full blocks. Because, you know, there's some people that say that it should be full blocks. There's some people that say that it should be furnaces. There's some people that say that it should be droppers. I don't know what the thing that you cover hoppers with to reduce lag the most. Can you find a way to link it up to your current bone meal thing? Then I'm adding a ton. I'm adding so much extra movement. We'd have to spit them into water, move them all the way around, and then add them to our composter line. It would be cool, because then we have even more things that are getting composted to turn into bone meal for the tree farm, which means that the tree farm is gonna work that much better. But I don't think that I was trying to think of the wording here. I don't think that's necessary. Lag busting episode, full blocks versus furnaces versus droppers. I mean, I wish I could. I just don't know how to do that lag bust. Probably shouldn't be a tile entity. I feel like that would cause more lag. You think that, but I actually know the argument against it. If it's a full block, the hopper is still running its check to see if there's an item above it, which it does every single game tick, so 20 times a second. So with a regular full block, the hopper is still attempting to do its suck motion, that, 20 times a second. However, if it's a tile entity, like a furnace or a dropper, it only does its check 2.5 times a second. So, and I can prove this by basically setting up item elevators, that the old school item elevators that just clip items through blocks. Theodore with the hydrate. Just to confirm, the question is reducing lag or increasing hopper efficiency. Reducing lag. That's it. See you later, Guardian. Thanks for hanging out today, man. And see somebody in here saying furnaces, somebody else said full blocks. You yourself thought that it should be full blocks, but there is a strong argument for it to be a tile entity, because that then shuts off the hopper doing the suck, I don't know, mechanic 20 times a second. It only does the suck mechanic 2.5 times a second then. And ZGS with another, oh god, so many hydrates actually. I can't even put the water bottle down. It is a really good water bottle though. Oh my gosh. A video of someone doing the lag test. Do you want it linked in Discord or just the conclusion? Just the conclusion would be great. So there's also points against tile entities. So whenever, as an example, a hopper trying to pull items out of a chest, I know, is much laggier than a hopper trying to pull items out of a dropper. Why? Because the hopper needs to check each individual inventory slot of the chest to pull from. It needs to do the same thing, but for the dropper, but in this case there's only 9, whereas in this there's 27. So you're still doing the check. Hello, Mr. Creeper. Time, set, day. You're still doing that check of pulling items 2.5 times per second, but in this case, you need to do it 2.5 times a second for 27 inventory slots, whereas for the dropper, you need to do it 2.5 times a second for only 9 inventory slots. So then the question is, what about furnaces? Because they only have 1 item output. Well, furnaces have a whole nother set of lag generating properties, in that it needs to do a check to make sure that this is not a smeltable item. It needs, or not a burnable item. It needs to do a check that this isn't a smeltable item. It blah, 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 blah. So it has, so furnaces would be the best. Again, I mean, I was already getting to that before I even read your message. So furnaces have this issue where they have other checks that they are doing. A dropper has no checks unless it gets powered. So this is in a totally null state right now with just 9 inventory slots. This is actively doing something, but only with 1 inventory slot. Even when it's empty, it's still doing something. So what's better? 9 inventory slots doing nothing, or 1 inventory slot doing some things? Or is it still just a solid block reducing the total amount of rendering that needs to be done? Because there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 faces, maybe 7, 8, 9. There might be 9 new faces that need to be rendered. So on top of a hopper, I'm assuming that you misspoke. The conclusion was dropper greater than solid block, greater than half slab, greater than furnace, greater than air. Sounds right to me. That sounds right. A half slab seems bizarre though. I wonder if there's something that a solid block on top of a hopper does that changes the area that it tries to pull from. Like, is the hitbox above the hopper, because we can see the hitbox, there's a hitbox up here that it's trying to pull from. I wonder if a solid block makes that hitbox smaller. Dropper would also increase the cost, technically. I mean, everything we put there increases the cost, technically. Even a solid block does. A dropper is just 9 solid blocks. The only thing that matters with the dropper is the dropper being powered? And no, it doesn't. Droppers are more expensive, right, by 8 more cobblestone. But the difference between a solid block and a dropper was a lot. Oh, well, there you go. So this should theoretically cause significantly less lag than its uncovered counterpart. That makes sense to me. That would have been my assumption, is that I don't really the only thing that I could understand that a solid block would reduce the lag that a hopper creates is it just reduces the number of things that need to be rendered. So instead of needing to render, like, look at how many faces a hopper has. I mean, we've got 1 face here up on top, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the inside walls, a 5th for the bottom, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A minimum of 15 faces, depending on how Minecraft renders them. Like, that might be a lot of faces. I don't know how the Minecraft rendering engine works. So that might be a lot of faces, whereas a normal block has, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So reducing this by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 faces might be a lot. I don't know. Remember the droppers respond to quasi. Yeah, I remember. There's no quasi here. It'd be, this is the closest that we get to powering it. It's like basically this block and then this line here. So this isn't anywhere close to that. Nor is, and see, we can prove this by, yeah, nothing's happening. And it's getting updated because of the dirt block right next to it moving, and it's just getting pulled out by the hopper. Why don't you use water though? Because water wasn't lossless. There are no blocks for it to catch on now? Yes, there are, still on the outside. I mean, unless we got rid of these 2 blocks again. But here, we can do another test. This isn't going to be... I've got the hiccups from all the water. So this isn't going to be a true representation of rates, but we will be able to see comparative rates, which is still important. Okay. Cool, so those all did start out at about 1. Pick up all the extra mushrooms, and after a moment or two, we should be able to see that the guys on the outside have significantly higher rates than the guys on the inside. See, like 8, 2, 2, 8. Consistent. 9, 3, 2, 9. Considerably higher rates from the dudes on the outside. 11. It was 11, 6, 2, 13. For storage, couldn't you have a shulker loader? Just put a couple of shulkers in it and it would be fine for a long time. Again, no. You're ignoring me. No, I absolutely refuse to not have some sort of overflow item destruction. Full stop. No compromises. I hate world maintenance. It's 2 hours and you're still working on mushroom? If you don't like it, leave. There's the door, buddy. You can hit the little X in the upper right-hand corner of your browser. I mean, conversely, so 31, 14, 10, 35. So that just proves how much better the rates are whenever we have. That almost tells me that like, this is worth. And see, now if we reset again. And all of these should now be roughly in line with each other. So then we are just gonna add the extra 3 hoppers. So then we go, because before we were able to go a hopper there, there, and there. So we're guaranteed to need at least 3 hoppers. But now we have to add, I guess it's 4 more hoppers because we need here, 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 and there. Always. I mean, you could maybe sneak by with one less hopper by doing something like... something like this. And then I wonder if for like storage movement like that, I wonder if a dropper is still better. It's gotta be, right? Because whenever you place a chest above a dropper, yeah, for sure it's gotta be. So that's interesting. Because I wonder then if you could... I want my debug stick. Give Nims debug stick. Yes. Well, actually, I think we might want that facing down. Hang on. I'm having a brain blast moment. And then our storage would go here. But then... ooh, how would we get item destruction out of that? Yeah, and I'm curious what the rates are. 50... 25, 26, 48. That's interesting. So there's got to be some dead mushrooms no matter what. So losing those mushrooms doesn't actually cost us anything? What? 57, 30, 28, 58. That's perfectly consistent with the first results. Losing those mushrooms doesn't cost anything. There must be some more dead areas in here that we don't know about. Well, we might have a cool new way of doing this then. Nah, that wouldn't work. That would be insane. The rates on the outside are better because they only have 2 modules in their cap, while the inside have 3. It makes sense. Right. I mean, it makes sense. But I wonder, I don't know where the overlaps are. Because it's what? It's 5 mushrooms in a given area? So if we burn this farm here and go there, let's get a reset out. I needed to do that differently. Okay. Okay, we've got a full clear now. And we've basically destroyed this one now. Seven, 8, 6. Is there no angriness here? So is your CPU overclocked where... wait, Nims, I have a non-Minecraft question. Also, hello. Hello. So your CPU is overclocked. Were you ever worried about the CPU wearing out early? No. Because you only need to worry about temperature. The cooler you can keep your computer parts, the longer they'll last, as a general rule. I had an AIO water cooler. It was good. It was loud, but it was good. And the AIO water cooler kept my computer pretty cool. Should improve the rates of the individual modules, but IDK about the entire thing. It's got to be roughly the same rates, because the other one was 100, 50, 50, 100, right? As a measure of percentage. Whereas this one is 100, 100, 100, which should also be the same rates, right? I guess we just build two of them mirroring themselves and then compare. It's got to be more than 9 blocks away. So submerge your PC in water. Got it, Kappa. Repo actually already got the follow-up on that. Actually, mineral oil. You can, it is totally fine to completely submerge your computer in mineral oil. It's messy, and it's, it's so difficult to clean and maintain, but it's really good for thermals. So I have a water cooler and a case and a bunch of fans. When I was rendering on Sunday, it was at like 145 degrees Fahrenheit. You don't measure as a factor of Fahrenheit. You measure at a factor of Celsius. So what's 145 Fahrenheit to Celsius? 62 degrees Celsius is 100% fine. You're perfectly okay. We talked about this the other day with computer parts. 62 degrees Celsius is like, you don't even have to worry about it. You really only start to worry if you get above 70, 75 degrees Celsius. I hate that they measure in Celsius, but it's just what they do. So you only need to worry about it if you're above 70, 75. See, and there's our dead spot. You can see it. So yeah, you only need to worry if you're above 70, 75 Celsius. So at 60, what did I just say? 60 something? Dude, you are perfectly fine. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. You are A-okay, 100%. Nims, you're a fat pancake with bacon and maple syrup? I'll take it, dude. I think I'd rather be like a sausage breakfast burrito, but, you know. Beggars can't be choosers. I've been told that 90 is the point that you want to worry about. I would worry a lot sooner than 90. But with the asterisk of desktop versus laptop, I would worry at like high 70s on a desktop, because there's no reason that your desktop should ever hit high 70s. But on a laptop, worry at like low 90s on your laptop. High 80s on your laptop. $75 is yellow alert. It depends if it's a peak or a maintained, I would say. If it's a maintained 75, I wouldn't let my PC just idle at 70 or sit at 75. I wouldn't do it. I would seriously reevaluate whatever I was doing in order to get my temperatures below 70 at maintain. But if it just peaks at 70 something, dude, yeah, you're fine.
think that's all set up now. Let's destroy it a little bit more. Time set, day, game rule, random tick speed 0, get a true reset out of all of these, or no, I was wrong, I need to pull them out, not put them in. Okay, so we now have a true reset. That needs to get destroyed, that needs to get destroyed, I forgot the glass. Okay, and then time or game rule, random tick speed, 3,000. Seems comparable to what we had. Maybe a little bit more. Let's go up to like 5. Okay. So now we've got a 4 cell versus a 3 cell. The time to night, it doesn't matter as long as it's the same. Currently running at 31 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. That's insanely cold. I have no idea what my computer currently runs at. Is there a way to check inside of Windows? But I learned that you can create proxy footage in Premiere to make editing easier. Been getting mad. 4K footage is just near uneditable. Yeah, I don't know anything about editing 4K footage. I don't think there is a trade for it. I just remember him saying something about villagers earlier. Oh, yeah. You need fermented spider eyes, which need brown mushrooms in order to make splash potions of weakness in order to convert villagers. Boom, got it. Okay, comparable rates, 24 to 20. Let's up the random tick speed a little bit more and see if we can tease out more of a difference, because 24 to 20 isn't really that big of a difference. Again, I normally have CPU-Z, I just haven't downloaded it yet. I just didn't want to download anything. Did you not hear that part? Did I say it? Where I didn't want to download anything? Sometimes. Yeah, best to overclock in BIOS, 100%. But if you don't know how to overclock, then just don't worry about overclocking. Just don't do it. Or if you want to learn, like, research a lot before you start. And start with looking up what other people have done. Look for known goods for your motherboard processor combo. So look for people that have your processor and have your motherboard and look up overclocks that they've done and just copy them. And that will get your foot in the door to learning how to do it. Okay, so what do we think the differences are? 64 plus 10, 64 plus 2. I'm gonna say that they're the same thing. That's such tight rates. I mean, they're 5 apart. That's a percentage point of variance, like a singular, like a 1%, maybe 2% different, which is not the expected difference between, because this should be 100%, 50%, 50%, 100% out of this cell. And this should be 100, 100, 100 out of its 3 cells. So all of that should give us 3 cells at 100%. And even though this one is 31 versus 24, that's only a couple percentage points of difference. I'm gonna say that they have the same rates. I heard that you wanted to know how to check CPU sound inside Windows. I didn't hear not wanting to download. Ah, okay. So there's a file setting in Premiere called Proxy Ingest that you can make fairly low quality render of footage to make scrubbing easier. You can also just pre-render the footage. I think it's with the Enter key. And then you just make some edits, hit the Enter key, let it pre-render, and then, yeah. The rate difference, it might be there. Hang on, we're at 10,000 ticks, so let's go down to 0, reset to none, and then go back up to 10,000. Interestingly, we might be able to stand exactly right here. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. We might be able to stand like exactly right here and then use our stereo speakers to tell which ones are triggering more often. My CPU frequency is 4100 megahertz or 4.1 gigahertz. RAM is at 1.5 volts. I don't like to push my RAM up that high. I think I am currently overclocked mildly on my new processor. 25, 21. I mean, it's consistent that this one is a percentage point or 2 faster. I wonder if that's the difference between... That might be a thing because we have it at 10,000 speed. Here's why. Because the one on the left has more available cells to spawn in, so the downtime that's created by the pistons resetting might be... is more extreme. There's more downtime to this one because it has fewer cells. So the mathematical rates should be the same. I got it. The mathematical rates should be the same. But the difference is the downtime that's created by the pistons resetting is consuming a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of the time where a mushroom could grow. Because we only have 3 cells here, each second that we lose is proportionally higher to the overall rates of the farm, thus hurting the rates slightly more than the rates on this side. Basically, it's the difference between these 2 cells being split in half. So we have 50% of the rates here and 50% of the rates here. So versus this 1 cell being here. Does it make sense? Does that make sense? Do you guys follow? So it's the outsides are completely exactly the same. So this and this is producing the exact same rates. This and this is producing exactly the same rates. This and these 2 are producing the exact same rates on paper. But because the cooldown time to this one is then split in half between 2, these two have a slightly higher uptime than the single on this side, which then results in the rates from these two being ever so slightly higher than the one on the side. And, you know, we can, it's actually 64 plus 21, 36. So this one's actually ahead. Its RNG is ahead. So we got it. We know the answer. You like the one on the left? Nah. Unnecessarily large. Too many hoppers. This one's clearly the superior. We've got the design. So from this point, we would need to figure out how to have an overflow system. And that's it. Like, we figure out how to build an overflow system and we're done. And then we would do this twice, one for red mushrooms, one for brown, even though we'll never use the reds. It'd still be interesting. And then we also want droppers on in those positions to reduce the lag that's created from the hoppers. Okay, so then we just need to figure out a way of creating some sort of overflow storage. So I think it's time that we jump back into the hardcore world proper. I really want to murder all the cats. I'm so annoyed with the cats. Welcome back, Kelly. Sorry about your internet. So we go 3 cells at full everything. So this is what we build. Yeah. And then we've decided that we're gonna go okay, I accidentally missed and clicked it. This one's in the wrong position. I think that we just need to replace it. So that's the mushroom farm we would use. So now we need to figure out how to... So all of these other designs can be scrapped. We don't need them. Right? Even though this one's pretty sick, it's just unnecessary. It uses a lot of updates. It's a cool design, though. And this design is just completely gone now. We're not going to build this one because we found that it has a whole lot of problems. think we're reset now with just the final product left. The grass growing technique is pretty sick, not gonna lie. I came up with that years ago. Pretty sick. It has the coat. Hey! Stop. Stop. And this is what the rates will actually be like in the real world. Us just standing here and nothing happening for a long period of time. But then eventually, it'll harvest. Oh, hey, we shouldn't have destroyed. I mean, do we also put slabs there just to prevent mobs from spawning? Probably. Is there a strat for damage taken to crashing into objects? If there is, I think it would be the equivalent to time spent on this world in minutes. Is there a stat for damage taken from crash? I don't think there is. But it's the easiest way to stop. And with golden carrots, my saturation is so high that like I can just do stuff like this, and my health just instantly restores. And that's even after I just crashed into that wall. And then between, let's see here, here's a full golden carrot, a fresh golden carrot, splatting right into the ground. Full. Also regen beacon, very true. See, like, we have 2 cats. Where are these other cats coming from? I'm losing my mind. So I don't know how to get this into some sort of storage system, is the question. Additionally, we want to have some sort of rudimentary potion room. It's not going to be the greatest. We're not going to go like all out transporting items from across the base and blah, 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 right? But we are going to have a potion room. We could probably embed... Let's see, what things did we want to build still? Look at that, there's a spot that a zombie can spawn. How? The lowest that I'm seeing is a 9. 9, 9, 10, 10, 10, 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12. I'll put a torch there, just, don't know where he came from. Doesn't make any sense. Can't you have a water flow under the block that is moved by the piston? If we do that, then some of the mushrooms don't land correctly. You know what we never tested? Jimmy Neutron Brain Blast! We gotta go test something. Huh! Woohoo! Hee hee! Ha ha! Woohoo! Hee ha! Time, set, day. Boom. Day. Time. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing that we needed to test. I got this. Oh, this is such a good idea. Ah! Okay, Sharon, this is gonna be so smart. You're about to be so impressed by me. This is gonna be the biggest brain of biggest brain. Okay? No, wait, we don't need these anymore. Hell, we don't need these any. Okay. Okay. Chill, Mims. Chill. And how many cells is this? Is it 1, 2, 3 cells? Wait, we gotta find the center. Wait, there is no center. Okay, okay. So then we're gonna observe. Wait. 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 Okay, we don't need that. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Wait, okay, okay, okay. And then, actually we do want those. Huh? Okay, and then, just like before. Chat room. You have no idea what I'm about to do, and it's about to blow your freaking minds. You're gonna have to scrape your mind up off the floor after I'm done with it. This is about to be the coolest thing that you've ever witnessed in your entire freaking life. All right, it's beautiful. Okay, yeah, we're all in agreement. This is beautiful. But the problem with this design is the under, right? But then I was like, wait, we have the glass right here. Why can't we just to help encourage our dudes to grow? Or is that too many mushrooms in a given space? That might be too many mushrooms in a given space. No! That would have been so cool! Okay, is there still a way of salvaging this? Put a mushroom there, and a mushroom here. That's still probably too many mushrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, that was, I thought that we had it, but there were too many mushrooms too close to each other. Oh, Ratzel, how's it going, buddy? Because we want this area underneath left open for water, right? What's the difference between rates? Game, rule, random, Tick speed reset to 0, so that way we can do a full reset. And then we're at like 10,000. The rate is not affected by the frontwise blocks, but the diagonal adjacent. I don't understand what that means. This thing needs a hopper minecart. Definitely not. Oh, we forgot. This should have been collected. That was just our dum-dums not putting the glass in. $12. $23. Significantly reduced rates. What if it's a 3x3 area around them, right? So that should be able to increase the rates as well with minimal impact to the water streams. Okay, so let's do another full reset. Yeah, and then turn it back on. To X Kelly, I'm pretty sure I just was doing the same thing. It would have been the same net result as what you just suggested. Oh, 14? 16? It's in line. Dude, we might have just got the design that doesn't need hoppers. Or it needs fewer hoppers, depending on how you think about it. He says while looking at a line of hoppers, but you could clearly remove all of these hoppers and then put water streams underneath. That's not even a question. $40, $44, $30. You're slacking today. So this is the same rates as this guy. I mean, 53, 48. That's a what? An 8% difference, 9% difference, 57, 54. I mean, it's caught up. They're the same rates. 57, 58. So they're the same rates, but this one, okay, cool. We've now upgraded. We're even better now. Could you mirror the design long ways? Onto itself? I mean, yes, but then you would have to use red mushrooms. Because this is what happens whenever you mirror it. See, this one's only 3 cells, and this one's 4 cells, but this one is 47. Wow, dude. Maybe I was completely wrong about the earlier speculation. Or this cell is out of position. Why are these cells out of position? That's probably what happened. That's why he was busted. How did that happen, though? It's probably reloading the game while it was in the middle of running. Oof. Logging in and out might stall the design. Oh, yeah, of course you could flip it so that the front glass is the glass of another cell. That stutter, though. It would need to be a different mushroom type, for sure. Because it would... So, like, if you put brown mushrooms right here, it would shut off. It would shut this off. 45, 37. I mean, it's the same thing, dude. I think that you could go, because it's a 9x9x3. And it's 5 mushrooms in that 9x9x3. Which I really don't understand. Like, 1, 2... It'd be 4 out. 1, 2, 3, 4. So inside of this 9x9x3, he sees 6 mushrooms, including himself. So how is he allowed to spread? I don't get it. I would need to look at the rules more. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. So he should see everything down to like this block. Inside of that space, he sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mushrooms. I don't understand how he's allowed to spread. 5 radius, including the middle block, so even more. I mean, 9x9. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 radius, including itself, would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the exact same thing. We're just counting it differently. Pedantic. I'm worried that saving and quitting caused this one to break. How did those get into the wrong positions? Okay, he's retracted. Huh. I have no idea how those blocks got into the wrong position. Either way, this farm is an upgrade over this one. If it's able to break on relog, then it is significantly less likely to happen if the farm is going at normal rates, but I still wouldn't use it if it's still a possibility. I don't want any of my farms to be able to break. I'm really annoyed that our Darkroom mob farm can break. There's absolutely zero acceptable tolerance to breaking. You know what I just realized is probably a way easier way of checking that all the layers are good, is to just dig straight down. All my layers are good. That's so much simpler than what I was doing in the past. So with this design, we would then be able to get rid of all of our hoppers and run pure water streams underneath. And then pure water, yes. We would take the water and we would run it into a water from New Zealand, yes, directly from a volcano side water spring, exactly. Directly from a hot spring on the side of a volcano, exactly. So then where do we put this system? Is the question. Also, hi. Hello. It's mostly... It's mostly to go into our potion room. So then where do we want to put the potion room? Well, the potion room needs to go in our base, but so does a general item storage. That's it, actually. A potion room, general item storage, and then brown and red mushroom farms, right? There's nothing else that we need to bring into our base. Are there any other farm types that you could build that we might want in our base? List of all automatic farms in Minecraft. No, I don't want 13 automatic farms made by some YouTuber. I want all the automatic ones. Okay. Watermelon, pumpkin, sugarcane, chicken. Feathers, raw chicken, cooked chicken, eggs. Squid, ink sacs. Villager crop, wheat, carrot, beetroot, bread, slime, hostile mob farm, which all of the drops that you can get out of a hostile mob farm, arrows of slowness, enderman, ender pearls, nether mob, coal, gas tier, magma cream, gold nuggets. You could make a record farm, which we wouldn't do here. You could automate skull farms. Poppy's iron requires bone meal, we could make a flower farm, which isn't automatic, they say, but it is now because you can automate bone meal. To then turn around and get all of these flowers, which isn't that big of a deal. I don't care about these flowers. Wither creeper farm. Cobblestone mushroom, brown mushroom, red mushroom. Guardian farm. Passive mob farm. I appreciate this guy's list. He knows what's up. Water bucket farm, bucket of water. You can AFK. How are you getting a bucket of water completely automatically? How are you getting a bucket of water 100% automatic? Oh, duh. You fill it up with buckets, and then you infinite water source dispense your buckets into an infinite water source. Duh. Duh. Yeah, you guys got it. Duh. I just brain farted. Okay. I mean, we have most of the relevant AFK farms that we want, but we should check anyway. Ice, baby. Milk. Iron drops, random armor from rare drops from monsters. Potions, bows. Swords, pufferfish, clownfish. Looks like most of the fish stuff are in here. Wood, lapis, gravel, sand, andesite, diamond. So what he's probably talking about here is some sort of like giant TNT machine, maybe. It could also be like some sort of like auto miner machine. Still. More fishing farm drops. A vine farm? Is that ever beneficial to us? Is a vine farm or like a cocoa bean farm ever beneficial to us? What are vines used for? Obviously resetting fall damage. Mossy cobble, mossy stone. Is that it? We want ladders with no hitbox. Yes, cookies are the best food in the game. Can be auto-smelted from the above listed farms. Nice. Cocoa is not an auto farm, it's a semi-auto. Right, I know. I don't see anything in this list that we would want to put in our base. Let me, is there a... I don't know what. I'm pulling it onto another. Cactus? Did we see cactus in this list? I kind of wish. A small cactus farm might be nice. Because we do use cactus for a lot of item destruction. Okay. Let's add that to our list. Okay. Brown and red mushroom farm. What else? Cactus. I don't think we want cocoa. I don't think we want flowers. I don't think we want... Bamboo. Also to smelt the cactuses. We already have bamboo. You know the easiest way to find a jungle? No. We'll avoid cold biomes. Don't forget the Bitcoin mine, I wish. I don't see any other farms. Eggs, I can't think of any use for eggs. Snow, I can't think of any use for. Like, we could just put a chicken on top of a hopper and call it a day. With snow, you can set up a snow golem to make a snow. Target blocks? Yeah, no. Did you do with Rose Farm? I don't understand the question. I do have the Rose Farm, or the Poppy Farm, because their names are changed. But that sits right there. Whether Rose Farm would be good, we're talking about stuff that goes into the base. Yes, we will do a Wither Rose Farm probably at some point. We'll try at least. But we'll build that way far away. Hell, maybe that gets built in the Nether. Why far? I don't want a Wither getting loose and then destroying all of this. Ah, Seth was asking about a Wither Rose Farm. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't put a Wither Rose Farm inside of my base. You have all the dyes? I don't, but I don't care. I really only have white, red, and then pink by extension. White, red, and then I could do pink by extension. But I don't care that much. I think they're normally done in the end, something to do with the end gates, probably with being able to get underneath the bedrock. So we've got cactus. anything else? Cactus, potion room, general items storage. Then brown and red mushrooms. Can we somehow make the brown and red mushrooms mirror a cactus farm? So we need cactus, brown and red, potion, and general item storage. That's the last 4 things I think we need on our base. As I look through these lists, I don't think we need anything else. Phantom Membrane Farm could be done in the base. I mean, it would be done on a roof. Yeah. And we'd want a roof that didn't have a whole lot of stuff on top of it. So that'd probably be over there somewhere. And we could relatively easy get on top of this space and then set up a Phantom Membrane Farm right here-ish. We've got room that we'd be able to set up like bubble elevators up right here and blah blah blah. So the Phantom Membrane, I did already have that planned if we wanted to do it. I don't know if we want to do it. But if we did want to do it, we'd put it over in this space because we've just got all the space over here. We don't have to worry about letting like iron golems spawn out of it. We don't have to worry about a whole lot of anything. Connor, how's it going, man? Are you from AMD? You wanna sponsor this stream, bud? I'm using AMD processors. You see? See? Look at the top right. Look at the top right. Your house is mostly farms? I know, and I'm trying to get more. So I think we probably end up trying to be aware that this is going to be very noisy over here. How deep is that? It's only 4 blocks deep. It's kind of wild. It looks like we only have 1, 2 blocks of depth here, maybe 3 if you include the wall. What about the wall for the Iron Golem farm, though? That's all solid blocks. Yo, we could non-ironically fit this entire mushroom farm in between the space of... Ooh! Genius we are! It's 4 blocks... Look, it's 4 blocks thick. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the back of it is pure solid blocks, which has no conflict with the Iron Golem farm. We'll definitely carve out this wall a little bit, but then we'll just put solid blocks back in so the Iron Golem can't escape. No problem, no harm, no foul. And then the front of the farm is also just pure solid blocks to prevent... Ooh! Ooh! Can we do the same thing on this side? I see 1, 2, and then here's 3, and there's... Oh, buddy. That's the tightest of fit. Oh, yeah, okay. We know what we're doing for next stream. We know what we're doing for next stream. But that's gonna be the end of this one. And Seth, don't think I didn't see you. I got the water bottle right here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I know what we're gonna do. I am so freaking excited for this. Why did you end? Because it's almost 7 o'clock. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours with no break, no bathroom breaks, no food breaks, no nothing. I gotta go eat, and we're at a good stopping point. you ever get that villager done, wrestle with a hydrate. I got you, bud. I got you. I got you. So you're just gonna have to tune back in next time to see how it goes. Same time, same place, tomorrow. Anyway, you guys are wonderful. Thank you so much for the love and support today. Raw Milk gifted a couple of subs. He's amazing. We got a whole bunch of new follows. You guys are lovely. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place.